All right. Hi guys, thank you so much for coming back in. Today we're going to start off with episode number 7 here of Kingdom Come Deliverance. On our last episode, we actually started to get kind of junkier with the priest or the pastor, whatever. So we woke up and he asked us to do something for him. So I think our character's a little hungover because we're still kind of a little wobbly here from the last night sessions we were having there. So let's see what happens next. All right, so let's go ahead and continue on here. The game seems to be running fine. I'm barefooted and no clothes on, so where am I supposed to get my clothes at? Wait, where is my stuff? First of all, let's eat, right? Let's eat from the pot real quick. Okay, it looks like he got the pig symbol, so I'm about to be careful eating too much. So where are my belongings at? I don't know where they are, guys. This is not good. This is not good. One thing you know what would be kind of cool? Hold on a second. Am I able to like what if I drag this over here? Oh shoot. Oh, cool. I'm actually playing it over here. Oh yeah, we got the bigger screen out, but the problem with this though. Alright, bear with me. Hold on, guys. Let's do that real quick. Let me move this over here. Computer was just being weird there for a second. These all over here. This should work out okay, actually. Okay, so now I got it on this screen, which is perfect because now I can play this on my bigger screen, right? I just hope that we don't lag or anything like that. Alright, let's see what happens here. First, let's go to graphic settings. All this we could probably keep the same, but I think for here, oh, it still only lets us do that though. If I do full screen now, we may not be able to do this, guys. I'm just trying it just to kind of see. Okay, so why when I'm over here, the controller don't work? Oh, now it works. I have to change some settings again. Uh... Huh. I don't know, it feels like it's playing weird on here. Like it looks good for you guys. Maybe I'm just not meant to play this on this TV screen. I think I'm gonna switch it back to the monitor. Yeah, this is not gonna work out the way I thought it would. Or let me try something here. Hold on. Gosh. I might have an idea. Sorry about the delay, guys. I really do apologize in advance. Hold on. I'm gonna change this real quick. Okay. That should actually work, right? Technically speaking, it should. Yeah, it looks like it's running a little better. I just feel like the VSync might be killing it. I don't know. Let me just turn it off. Or is it the same thing? Oh, we definitely want VSync on. But see, when I do that, why does it cut my FPS so much in half? Ugh, looks nasty. Looks nasty. No, 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 no. Screw this. I'm just gonna put it back on the other screen, guys. Wow, look at that. Wow, yeah, this is all messed up. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe if I restart the game, I might have to do that maybe. Because I noticed even here. And now it plays good. Alright. It's like, well, that's right there. This is weird. Oh. Now it's working. I got it to work. Okay, because my screen, my native resolution on my monitor was, or TV monitor, whatever, was different from my game. That was causing issues. Now, with that being said, like I need to restart a couple of these. Um, okay, it's all working now. Perfect. Let me just get this microphone fixed just a little bit here. Let's get this out here so I can, you guys can hear me better. All right, let's go ahead and go outside. Where's my stuff?
Get out of here before I throw up on you.
Yeah, but where's my stuff? Oh, wow. Don't sit down. What are you doing? All right, let's get back up.
God be with you. Do you need anything?
You live here?
Of course.
I mean here, in the presbytery.
Yeah, right here.
In the presbytery? With the parish priest?
Yes. What's the matter? Don't you like me?
Yes, of course I like you.
So why are you surprised Godwin likes me too?
I'm not. I mean, I see. I think.
God bless.
Yeah, I figured I'd play this on a bigger screen so I could see better. I don't know where my belongings are. Is it on the floor?
Are you looking for something?
Wow. Ugh. Oh, I still got my stuff. I just got to put it back on. Oh, okay. I'm over here looking around for my stuff. Like, where is my stuff at? I wish I could turn this microphone around. All right. Oh, in that case, I need to get myself redressed up again, guys. What happened to my how did this get all messed up? There we go. There we go, much better. There you go. Now it's running pretty good. Only problem is I need to get
Daddy,
my
look.
brightness up. Yeah, what's up? Oh yeah, you better be careful with those.
Hey, there's a flippin' raptor and turtle in here.
Let me see. Does my game seems to be running constantly at 60 with no problem? Well, in that case, if I'm getting 60 all the time, I need to change some of these. Oh, I think it's gonna reset the game. Shoot. No, I guess we're good. Oh yeah, this game looks way better now. Let me try to run out and run right back just to kind of see what's going on here. Yeah, it's really good. Wow, impressive. Okay. Oh, now that we got all that going up and down. Actually, let's get off the horse real quick. Get back into our inventory. Let's go ahead and get ourselves suited up here. First of all, weapon. Let's get our sword back there with the shield. And we'll keep the arrow with the for the hunting arrows. Okay, for armor. That on. Hunter's gloves, old boots. You get more charisma though with this. This one gives us actually there's nothing good about it. Yeah, it's a good thing to just keep it off. Okay. Let's go on and head on over to our objective here soon. Alright, let's get the map out. Oh, this is much easier on a bigger screen. How can I turn this mic without... I need to change where this mic is. Let me see something here. What if I move this over? Put the mic over here. Let me see if I have a mounting over here, guys. One moment, guys. Let me just do this real quick.
Daddy, how do you leave this game? How do you leave this game? How do you leave this game? Daddy, how do you leave this game?
I'm gonna need your help for a second. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna mute it. This would be kind of good, but I don't know. Hey, how's it going? All right, give me a second. Let me just try this real quick just to kind of see how this looks. Testing, testing, testing. Um, I don't know. This is kind of weird. I'm not liking this. I don't know. I think I was kind of good the way I was. Um, Let me see something. Hold on, guys. Okay, I think that's actually pretty good there, guys, for now anyways, at least. Let me just go ahead and get that set up. And then, let me see, camera-wise? That should be good, right? Are we... Alright, hold on. Okay, yeah, that should be good. Oh. This is weird. Alright, I don't want to be too close to the mic, but then I don't want to be too far either. But at least now I can play the game, you guys can hear, but you guys are going to get like a side view, which is okay. Usually I like looking like at the camera while I'm playing, but I really want to play this on the TV, so. Unless I'm like over here. Like right here I can be, and then you guys get like a good view. Yeah, so this should be good. Alright, let's go. Showtime. Alright, so we have to get to the next area just to kind of see what's going on here, guys. Oh, I gotta click inside the game to... Alright, so we're on the horse. Let's go ahead and open up the map real quick just to kind of see where we're going. Alright, so the map is open. So we have a B objective here, which... They're both kind of the same way anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we gotta be close to it now. We definitely gotta be close to it now, guys.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a cool little path. Pretty nice in here. A Primislavis forest? Oh, wait, what's that? Huh, that was pretty weird. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, I heard it.
Yeah.
All right, let's just go ahead and keep it moving here, guys. Oh, we were up there. We were in Ushitz. Ah, okay. But is that our objective though? Like, how come it's not showing me? Oh wow, I'm way off screen. It works this way, but not full screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good, guys. All right, we got to be careful here. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna go to the top and go here to the village. See what we gotta do here next. Oh, we remember this place. We haven't been here in a while.
Wait a moment. You're him, right? The boy from Skalitz?
Hey.
You're the young fellow who came here from Skalitz half dead, aren't you?
Yeah, that's me.
Yes, that'll be me. Why?
The lady of the castle was asking after you. She wants to talk to you.
Ah, I'll go and see her then. Thank you.
Very well. Don't make her wait. Take care now.
Well, let's go see what they want. All right, let me. All right. Let's see what else we have here, guys. So I think we're gonna go up here, maybe. Okay, I need to get some health. We need to get some health really bad here. Oh, that's a private room. You don't want to be caught in there. Huh. Okay. Well, let's see what else, I think she was right down there. That's her. Yeah, Lady Stephanie.
The Lord save you. What do you need?
I heard you wanted to talk to me, my lady.
It's true. I need something from you.
How can I help?
My cousin, young Sophie, is going to be wed. It will be an entry into a new life, and I want everything to be perfect for her. I'm looking for a few things to give her as a gift, and you're going to find them for me.
Wow.
My lady, why me?
Normally I'd let the Chamberlain take care of it, but he doesn't have any taste. I can't trust him with this. And I've been told no task is too challenging for you. Is that not true?
Oh, so people are saying good things about me. I like that.
It will be my honor, my lady.
I need you to pick up an ornamental crown from Sasau for Sophie, wine from a merchant in Ratai, and a roan from the stable in Ujits.
Who am I supposed to pick up the wine from?
From Conrad Hagen in Ratai. He's the only person in the whole region who can supply a genuinely good wine. And believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Here you go. That should be enough.
Well, let's go get some good wine then.
And the ornamental crown?
I had the engravers in Sasau make it, but now they've written to say it will take a while longer. That just won't do. The wedding is almost upon us, and I need it. Go and see Master Jeronim Slesky and pick it up.
Okay.
Who am I supposed to pick up the wine from?
From Conrad Hagen in Ratai. He's
Ratai.
the only person in the whole region who can supply a genuinely good wine. And believe me, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
You said a roan from Ujits.
Precisely. It's a beautiful animal. Wait till you see it. Dietrich said he'd ride it here himself, but I can already imagine how he'll end up killing himself on that horse. But you, so young and vigorous.
Wine, a roan, and a crown. I can handle that.
Thank you, Henry. I just wish there were others here I could trust so well.
That is very true.
My apologies, but could you tell me one more time what you need from me?
I need you to pick up an ornamental crown from Sasau for Sophie, wine from a merchant in Ratai, and a roan from the stable in Ujits.
Okay, that's it.
Wine, a roan, and a crown. I can handle that.
Thank you, Henry. I just wish there were others here I could trust so well. Goodbye.
All right, so let's go ahead and get the couple things that the lady Stephanie here is requesting from us there, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and leave this area. We're gonna check the map real quick, see what we have. Offset is terrible. Why is it doing that? That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's nothing up there that we need to go up there for, but it looks like we're gonna have to go down more southern again. And from down there, we're going to Ratai. Seems like that's where all the objectives are. Let's go ahead and fast travel. It's gonna make us hungry and stuff, but it's all good. We need our character to starve here just a little bit, guys.
He can't have got.
Well, I never. The pig turns up ready for the slaughter.
I'll slaughter you.
Three of you guys, really?
No more fooling
I'm going to enjoy this.
Wow. This is not fair, dude. I got three of you guys. That's stupid. Alright, well, we're not gonna battle again. I don't like that. Like, I can't switch too quick. Now it wants to shrink. Alright, let me see something real quick, guys. Hold on. Problem with this now. This puts me at 30 hertz. I don't want that. This was a bunch of troubleshooting here today. Um, why is it doing this? Hmm. Let's try this. Uh, All right, let's try this one. No, it doesn't work. Wow. Okay, that works for now. I don't know why I have to go through all this. So weird. Okay, anyway, let's get back into the game here real quick. So we're here at Rattay, right? We just have to do it that way, guys. We don't have a choice. Oh, we gotta go down south. I minimized my game. Shoot. Wow, my health is low. Come on, man. Wow, arrow to the face. I can't do this. I'm just gonna put it back on the other screen, guys. This is driving me nuts. I don't know why it keeps doing it. I can't full screen it because then it X derpity derp. Alright, give me a second. What if... Alright, let's go back into settings. Move this over here, actually. Okay, we got the window. It runs so much better over there. Alright, now that means I need to change this again. So am I gonna have to put this above me now? Problem is, that's gonna like cover way too much, right? Yeah, look at that. That looks crazy. Hmm. This is a weird position I have. I could turn his mic around. All right, let me change this on, guys. So I'm repositioning this camera, and it's driving me nuts, guys. Like, I don't know how I want to go about with it. If I want to put it here, I've been trying to find different positions. So my biggest problem is that when I'm switching from like my PC to my Xbox, I can't get in a really good mic position because one, I got the cord length to worry about. Two, I got just like a lot of things in a way. So I'm trying to think. You know, that makes me wonder. I might have an idea. Let me try something. Hold on. Yo, what's up, Neo? How's it going, bro? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. So right now I'm actually trying to position my microphone the way I want. Like, I can't find a comfortable position. I'm probably just gonna have to go back the way I had it before. I don't think I'm gonna have much of a choice here. Right. Huh. This microphone is blocking my way, so you guys can't see me if I do it there. If I put it there, and it just looks so weird because you guys see the whole arm. Another epic day? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I just got myself murdered in a game, like, really bad. Like crazy bad. Oh, Jay, bro, you almost won it, dude. Yeah, one thing I learned about this game, screw the high FPS. I'm just playing this at 60 because there's no point. I barely hit, what, 70, 80? And then what's the difference? I'd rather just have a solid, smooth 60 with everything in ultra max settings. So there is some good news. I think I found out what the problem is with my motherboard guards. It's my VRMs. I think the way that the Aorus Gigabyte whatever did it is that there's these little like washers between where the screws are, and I think it's not touching the board like it should. So I'm gonna have to take it out, remove the pins so that way it can touch the board more, and that should keep my motherboard down on temperatures. But right now I'm at like 30 degrees Celsius, so today it's running fine. You got the Gears 5 installed again? Sweet. Dude, you almost had that jackpot, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna move this mic because it's in my way. Alright, give me a second, guys. Let's move this again. Be a better way. What if I move it down here? Oh, that looks dumb. Okay, give me a second. Let me fix this real quick. All right, so far so good. Now it's a little better. Okay. I gotta turn this around. I had it like this. Right? It was like that. Okay, so far so good. Yep, we'll just keep it like this. This is like the best way for everything, guys. Just like this is the best way, because then I can still see the game. You guys can still see me. The only problem is my game is kind of far away now. Hey, what's up, Kelso? How are you? Yeah, so this is the best way, guys. I'm just going to keep the mic exactly the way it is right now, like this. This is going to be our best bet. Yep, definitely our best bet. Okay. That's all set up, right? There you go. All right, so that's our best bet then. There we go. I think that's just the way we're gonna do it, just like that, guys. Okay, I think we got it. No, not a new mic. I've had this mic, just I tried to rearrange it, like, so that way, because originally I took this game from the monitor, put it over to my TV, right? Because I wanted the bigger screen. You know, I wanted the bigger screen. So, but I was having issues with refresh rate and resolution, and I'm not even gonna deal with the headache. So I just went back to my monitor. So it's all good. Game's running pretty good too, so which is perfect. Well, we can't fast travel because if I fast travel, and plus on here, everything works better. Look at that. Yeah, and then on the big screen, when I did the marker, it was like the offset was incorrect. Like it was bad. Let's get back out here with that journey, guys. By the way, Kelso, I did ended up go ahead and got the Star Citizen. We were able to get a little extra stream funding, so I was able to go with the C8X. I think it was like the 60 package or something. It was pretty cool. The ship looks pretty nice. It's a 3-man ship, and then I guess I didn't know that you can just pay the difference for the bigger ships or whatever, or the better ships. So that's kind of cool. I thought you had to like pay full price each time. I was totally incorrect. Now, first of all, we need health and we need stamina and stuff here, guys. My guy is overweight. Okay, I got everything equipped to my character, which is good. We need health points, but the only way to get health is if we sleep. So let's get some rest. I don't want to get in trouble sleeping up here. I don't think we're supposed to. We could just sit there. Yeah, I played a little bit. Oh, it will let me sleep. Yeah, I played a little bit of it, and but I'm gonna do an actual stream of it probably soon. I was gonna do it today, but I got caught up and had a lot of things I had to do today. I just ended up just doing this one. So let's see, our health goes back up, which is perfect, but it's gonna be nighttime here soon. Shoot. Let's sleep for 12 hours so that way we can get the I want full health.
You can't sleep here. Begone, right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Lord be praised. What's on your mind?
Oh, I was just sleeping on your bed.
I heard you wanted to talk to me, my lady.
It's true. I need something from you.
Okay, we heard all this.
My cousin, I'm looking for...
My...
And
Yeah, so... Alright, so we heard all these dialogues. We're gonna go ahead and skip all these real quick.
Wine, a roan, and a crown. I can handle that.
thank you, Henry.
Yeah. Did it potato your PC?
I trust so well.
It ran okay. It sometimes hits 60 and then sometimes it like fluctuates up and down. But I know it's an alpha, so I'm not really expecting top-notch performance. But I played the free-to-play days, and it looks different now. They definitely did some kind of update.
Take care.
All right, so we're done with her, guys. Let's go ahead and move on. So we got full health.
What are you doing sleeping here? That's not your bed. Get out.
Okay. I'm trying to get out. Okay, jeez. Oh yeah, it's night. Oh, it's not nighttime, but it's like morning out here, guys. So let's be careful. Oh my god, my FPS is different at nighttime, but it's running good though. That's my horse? Yeah, I think so. Problem is, that's a long fast travel. Still 50 groschen. You want to see Teresa in the mill wench before noon? Maybe that's not where I need to go. Just say rat's high. I think I need to mark my objectives here, guys. Oh, I'm not tracking this. Alright, we're gonna stop that. That's a side quest here. So is this one. We're gonna do it though, because guys, I need... But how are you guys doing here today though? How's everybody's, what is this? Thursday? Yeah, today's Thursday. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. Bum. Yeah, I'm just surprised at how clear, smooth everything's running today. Like, surprisingly. I'm still stoked out on it. Alright, let me just check something really quick, guys. We're gonna continue on, okay? Give me just a moment. Hold on. Give me... Alright. Now, Destiny 2 has been a game I've been looking to get into. But I know that's something, like, once I play, I'm gonna keep going. So I'm gonna wait just a moment. All right, let's see here. Okay. Now, pretty much everything's looking good, but we're gonna have to fast travel down, guys. But when we do this, we might get attacked, so we gotta be very cautious on how we want to go about with this. Very, very cautious. Buy the wine from the merchant. Steal 50 groschen. So wait, hold on a second. They're all in different areas. Oh, look at this one. Get the decorative crown from the master of Sasau. Well, we can do this one first. Yeah, we'll do that one first, guys. That one seems like it'll be easy for us. Heck yeah, just avoid it. I don't feel like dealing with that shenanigans. What would be the best Bluetooth headset to get? It really depends on what you're using it for, Jay. Are you using it for your computer? Are you using it for your cell phone? Are you using it for like a portable music device? Like, what do you need it for? Like, what is it that you're trying to get it for? Hold on, guys. You know what problem I'm having now, though? My GPU gets super hot, guys. Like, we're talking 80-some degrees Celsius. Now, if I'm running custom fan curves, I'm okay. But if I'm not, we can forget about it. For your computer, Bluetooth headphones? You know, to be completely honest with you, Jay, hardwired is the best. So if you go, like, with the hardwired headphones, or even the USB ones, they're pretty good. If you go Bluetooth, you can get sound latency. You can get crackles here and there. You can get interference with the frequencies. There's a lot of issues that can come about. The sound latency, though, may get annoying, depending. So just make sure you get the latest Bluetooth headphones and the latest Bluetooth adapter or whatever it is that you have. If you have one built in onto your motherboard, more than likely it's not that good. You might have to buy a better one. So pretty much it depends on how you go about with that. All right, so we're in this village. What letter is this? I can't tell. I think it's this one. I think it's C. So C is going to be where I need to go. Bluetooth controller. Oh yeah, I gotta go to C. Duh. Yeah, Bluetooth controller. Like right now, I'm using this. I'm just using my Xbox controller, really. But I have a wireless receiver, so I can switch back and forth and just repair it. It's so much simpler that way. Bluetooth controller is gonna have the same issue, bro. You have to understand, anything Bluetooth it's a wireless connection, but it's not a guaranteed connection. You know, kind of like when I play the Xbox games on my phone, like when we play Gears or something, I get like that latency lag, input lag, plus the lag from the Bluetooth combined. That whole 1.5 seconds or 1 second can really feel different than what you're normally used to. You know, so if you get a controller, I would say just get a regular Xbox controller with the wireless receiver, or go one that you plug in. If you have to do Bluetooth and that's what you want to do, that's fine. There's a lot of them. It's really personal preference. I always just use Microsoft controllers because I think of it this way. We're running Windows, right? Windows obviously will be compatible with the Xbox controllers because they're Microsoft. Windows is Microsoft, Xbox is Microsoft. So in all, it's all compatible. You don't have to worry about third-party drivers and some buttons not working in games, and that's the big problem. A lot of games don't support some third-party controllers, or the input commands are read differently. What am I looking for out here? Okay, I think we're almost at our... I need to go in this house right here, guys. It doesn't work with the Bluetooth dongle. Yeah, no. Yeah. You'll need an Xbox One. An Xbox One S or X controllers. Or... just forget about the Bluetooth dongle. Like, you have to get the new wireless receiver. It's like a black rectangular. It's made for the Xbox One controllers, not for the 360, of course. But it will, like, all you have to do is you'll just hit the pair button on your controller, and then just pair it to that receiver, and then boom, you're done. It plugs in as a USB, and then that USB has a little device connected to it, and then that device acts like how an Xbox would when pairing your controller. So you don't have to worry about anything, bro. Like I'm still playing with wireless, see, but it's accurate. There's no input lag. I don't have to worry about that Bluetooth shenanigans. Yeah, no, if you got the first one, it's not gonna happen, dude. Check GameStop, check Record Exchange, or whatever you have in your area, whatever game shop you have, or even check on eBay or Amazon. Just get like an Xbox One controller that was like an S or an X series, and you should be good. But yeah, I know. Sadly, this controller is the Elite controller, but it doesn't have built-in Bluetooth. So I can't even connect this to like my phone. So if that's what you're saying, like I can't even connect this controller. The Xbox Elite 2 controllers have Bluetooth. This one does not. But I'm using the Microsoft receiver to do it, and that's how mine's working. So your best bet, Jay, to be honest with you, instead of you buying a whole new controller, if your Xbox One controller works fine, phenomenal, just buy the receiver, bro. Let me see if I got like a link here. Bear with me. Let that PS drop though. All right. One piece receiver. Yeah, they're like $25, dude. Let me get you a link in chat. Holy macaroni, ignore that huge long link, but yeah, it's pretty much what it is. Alright, we need to get off the horse here real quick, guys. We're gonna go inside this building, but I don't know, it's like nighttime. Nah, we don't want to lockpick. Dang it. Is there a place I can sleep for now? Can we like sleep in the barn? Oh, we're not sleeping out here. Alright, let's just sit and wait. Well, we're gonna lose some nourishment, but hey. Energy's gone down quite a bit. What can we do, guys? Not really much we can do there. So hopefully that works for you, Jay. They have one for $10.99. Go with that, bro. Just make sure it's legit. Make sure it's Microsoft. Don't buy no generic third party, bro. You'll regret it. Hey, open the door. Seriously? That's the one on eBay. It's in the Xbox casing. Yeah, it looks legit. You should be good. It's used. Okay. But hey, it doesn't matter as long as it works. Yep, you got a bunch of them, bro. 20 bucks, 15, 12 bucks, 13 bucks. Yeah, go for it, bro. Yep, those are it. That's all you need, dude. You get that and you are set. You don't have to worry about Bluetooth this, Bluetooth that, buying a new controller, none of that shenanigans.
God be with you. Do you need anything?
Huh.
I've come in the name of Sir Hanush of Lipa. I'm investigating the massacre in Neuhof, and now a murder here as well. Can I ask you a few questions?
Ask all you want, lad.
Do you know who Lubosh used to spend time with? Kin or friends?
I don't know, since I don't go to ale houses.
Yeah, so hopefully that should work out for you, though, Jay. I think that's going to be good, bro.
Do you know what Lubosh was doing the day Neuhof was raided?
How would I know?
Have you noticed anything suspicious recently?
Everything about him was suspicious. I always gave him a wide berth.
Huh.
Who was this Lubosh who was murdered?
Those that live by the sword die by the sword. I'm not surprised the end he came to.
Wow.
That's all. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, we're done talking to her, but the lock is still locked. How do I get in there? Let's go to our objectives here real quick, guys. Let's double check here. Hold on. So C is find a roan from Ushitz. I'm supposed to find a roan from the stables in Ushitz. For Lady Stephanie, I should go see the head groom there. Head groom. Ah, maybe this is it. Are you him?
Jesus Christ be praised.
I don't know.
I'd like you to show me how to ride a horse better. Certainly.
Beginner? Let's do
I'd like to
beginner.
practice the basics. All right, but it'll cost you.
Gear tactics?
Isn't that quite a lot? Is this enough? That's not enough. Agreed. Now listen up.
There we go. There we go. We leveled up. Horsemanship, okay. How many people are here? How many people are in that house?
Take care.
The head groom. Where's the head groom?
Hey! Who's there? Can I help?
There's got to be something. Oh, hey groom, there he is.
God be with you.
About time. You were sleeping, huh? Any work available around here? I'm looking for the local groom.
Looking for the local groom.
Well, you found him. What can I do for you?
The Lady Stephanie of Talmberg sent me. She said you have a roan ready for her.
Well, Chamberlain Dietrich said someone would come. We have him here, but if he's ready, I can't say. That miserable horse will let you saddle him and walk him around the courtyard, but as soon as someone sits on him, he goes completely wild.
What do I do? I'll handle it.
That horse is supposed to be presented at a noble woman's wedding. It probably won't be appropriate if he makes a spectacle of his rider. Is there anything I can do?
Try asking Vashek. For some reason, that devil horse listens to him. Then take the horse with you. Dietrich's arranged everything. May the Lord watch over you.
Hey, who's there?
So where is he? I just saw him just a second ago. Oh, there he is.
Must be the wind.
He's the horse trainer.
I heard you have a way with the horse that unsaddles everyone else.
Yes. I suppose I do.
And how do you do it? How do you calm him down?
I'm good to him.
But how? 4, 5, 6. They're all 6s.
Listen, Vashek. I've been entrusted by the Lady of Talmberg. I need you to help me understand how to calm down that roan.
Lady Stephanie?
Then you know her.
She's a good person. She even talked to me once.
I know her too, and she was nice to me as well. Will you help me with the roan?
You have to...
Yo, we haven't even finished that Gears game though, Jay.
And which one would that
I
be?
bet you it's gonna feel weird playing that on a big screen.
Come roaming in the merry month of May, to graze in the shade of the apple tree there. The first one is brown, and the second is grey.
This reminds me of
Shall I ride to my maiden so fair?
when
Interesting.
I know how it looks, but he likes it.
it'd be a lot better and easier. Yeah, it would. That tiny phone screen makes it hard, bro. But it's a fun game to play on my phone though.
I'd like you to show me how to ride a horse better.
Certainly.
So now we're gonna be doing the next one.
I'm interested in more advanced techniques.
Wouldn't you rather learn the basics first?
So what? I gotta wait?
Well, I'll think it over.
May the Lord watch over you.
So what the heck am I supposed to do now? Now, just to take the roan to Talmberg. That can't be too difficult, can it? Where is it? Oh, the roan? Alright, I'm gonna leave my horse right there. There's my pebbles. Yeah. Game looks nice, man. So the roan is actually better than my horse. Wow. Well, let's
So, boy, want me to sing? You're definitely the first horse I've ever serenaded. Two horses come roaming in the merry month of May, graze in the shade of the apple tree there. The first one is brown and the second is grey. Which shall I ride to my maiden so fair?
So I gotta ride it back to Talmberg.
Yeah!
This horse is probably quicker too. Let's get moving. Woo! We're going to Townburg. I need to start making use of my arrows, and I have to learn to combat a little better. I think I'm going to do more combat training for my character. I got to find that guy that does like the combat training in the stables. I think that would definitely help us a lot. Oh, yeah. I'm going to take the woods. We're gonna take a shortcut when I sing. I'm riding on the horse from A to B to C. Horse name is Rome. Everyone else gets thrown when it gets on the saddle, but me, I'm okay though. Watch out for the big giant logs. I'm in the woods and we're going very far. I don't know what else I want to say, but here comes the town. Yes, we're here to save the day. All right, we're climbing down. We made it to the village. Yeah.
What the hell was that?
What do you mean, what the hell was that? What are you talking about? That's a charcoal burner thingy. All right, let's get back into the town, guys. Oh, don't fall in the water now. Whoa, no, 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 no. All right, let's get moving. Hey, why'd you just drop the bucket like that? Oh, no, she's carrying it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is like the outside village. Okay, let's go ahead and take this little shortcut. All right, let's get inside. The heck? Sometimes the NPCs do very weird things in this game. The one looks like a lady from like a horror movie, and these guys are like Siamese twins. Oh, let's get out of here. Sorry. That's what I'm doing.
Roman for Lady Stephanie. Thank you, Henry. Ow!
Stable master, I'm trying to talk to you.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Is there anything interesting going on around these parts?
Right.
Interesting? Not really. Sad, more like. You know, I always liked the Neuhof horses best. They had, well, a spark to them. Old Smeal was killed in that raid, and I'm afraid the stud farm will never recover without him. Good luck to you.
All right, there's our horse right there, guys. Much better. All right, let's mount on it, and let's check the map again. So C is out of the way, but we still got A and B. Buy wine. Well, I think before we go buy the wine, that's gonna be dangerous. That's gonna be a long trip, and I think I'm gonna go on foot because if I fast travel, we're probably gonna get into a fight, and I don't really want to do that, guys, because these guys really. Oh wait, whoa! Before I go too far, oh, look at them rocks! Wow.
Yeah.
This game looks good. Let's see if this guy's over here because I need more. I think it's him, right? Does he give me the combat training? I don't remember.
Good day to you.
Yeah, he does training. All right, defense, maces, and well, why not learn it again? Let's learn defense.
Can you teach me how to defend myself better in combat?
Certainly.
Oh, I didn't even learn these?
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right, but it will cost you.
Wow. Everybody wants 60 all the time. I'm about to haggle because I'm cheap.
Quite a lot.
I'm gonna go down to 50.
Are we agreed?
You won't convince me with that.
Well, at least he's honest about it.
Agreed. Now listen up.
Okay. So we did our defense. Oh, okay. So maybe I'll be much better now.
Can you teach me how to defend my...
Certainly.
I can't learn the other ones. I gotta be level 5. Okay, so how do I level that up? I don't understand.
Well, I'll think it...
All right, let's do training. And this time we're gonna do maces and...
I'd like to get better at fighting with a mace.
Certainly.
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right, but it will cost you.
This guy's getting rich off me. But I'm doing this because I need training.
Agree?
It'll take more than that to persuade me. Agreed. Now,
Okay. I'm listening up. Alright, so we're improving our stats now in our character. This is what we need to do. Now, sword for sure.
My swordsmanship.
certainly.
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right, but it will cost you.
Okay.
Isn't that quite a lot? Is this enough?
That's not enough. Agreed.
Okay.
Now listen up.
We got new perks available too, so wait. All right, so let's go to look up our stuff here for my player. Skills. How do I know what's what? Wine you get is 50% weaker, so you can drink more, but beer is twice as strong. Under the influence of alcohol, your hand will shake 25% less and your bow skill is higher. Hold on a second. Flower power, that's my buff. That's my reputation. Alright, let's go back to skills. Horsemanship, okay. Your horse can carry more, but is slower. Can't be combined with racehorse. Your horse is faster, but carries less weight. We'll do that. Racehorse it is. I'm level 4 right now? Wow. Okay. Drinking is the only other one. I think I'm gonna do this one. Alright, combat. Oh, yeah, we got a defense one here. Hold on. Perfect block. This block costs you no stamina. Okay. Firm grip. Blocking your strikes will cost an opponent 15% more stamina. Weapon cruncher. If you beat your opponent into clinch, you'll damage his weapon 50% more. If while executing the perfect block, you'll also hit the strike button, you'll execute an immediate riposte, so your opponent can only defend against it. Let's do that. Oh, I already learned that. Well, then we want this one. Okay, so my defense is level 4. Alright, here's warfare. So gold means we've already learned. You have a greater chance of drawing your opponent's blood. More damage your sword, the greater your chance of poisoning your opponent when you hit them. Wow. Let's go with that. Alright, here's my sword. We got a couple ones here. So we got blunt strike. Instead of a started strike from the right, strikes unexpectedly at your opponent's face, turn the weapon around his or... Okay. With a rapid Zornhow from the ox stance, parry the opponent's strike to the side from the left shoulder and thrust the point to his chest. Double stab. After a fury of quick thrusts, twist the point forward to guide. And twin quick stabs and strike the opposed chest. Nice. By means of rapid attacks, put the opponent into defensive, then vent a stab, but instead of carrying it through, execute a blade straight to the face. Wow. Oh, I see what's going on here. Yeah, we're gonna learn that one right there. Oh my god, Jay, that's twice. Bro. Oh my god. I think you might get it. You win that, bro, you're gonna be rich. Maybe Trick Spot's finally working 10,000 retro coins later. Yeah, I removed some emojis, so maybe that did help. Yeah, I don't think there's nothing else we can really do here, guys. Stats, main level. I forgot, I've been forgetting to upgrade my character, guys. This is why I'm having problems. Okay. Aesthetic, you'll last 30% longer without food, but as soon as you get hungry, the effects will be 20% worse. Ouch. When dirty, you'll have 50% more charisma when talking to... Yeah, before it usually goes to like 2K and someone won it. Right. Well, do understand though, a lot of that was donated by me because I think I put a couple grand in there myself. So technically I would say about 5,000 was the slots on its own. Because I do remember doing like 3,000, 1,000 here and there. I was doing the slot donates. You can donate to the slots too. But hold on, guys. Before I take this any further, give me just a moment. Okay, hold on. Alright, let's get back to leveling up here, guys. Alright, so main level. Let's take a look here. We got First Aid, Somniac, and Renegade Brand. Okay, what about Night Raider? Your stamina will regenerate 20% faster at night, but 10% slower during the day. Okay. Increase the sight distance of fast travel. So you notice events on the way sooner, and your chances of invading are also increased by 10%. That comes in handy. You grew up from the impoverished conditions, so comfort to the beds. It's inverted for you. The worse the bed, the better you sleep, and vice versa. Wow. In towns and villages and their immediate vicinity, you'll have +1 bonus on strength, agility, vitality, and speech. Bandages are 25% more effective. You can also apply your healing skill in dialogues. Impressive. In the wild, you'll have a +1 bonus to strength, agility. That might come in handy because I'm always out there. I can't do any of these. All right, so let's do scout. I'm gonna do scout for now because I do like the fast travel and I don't want to get slaughtered while I'm in the process. All right, main level, bump it down. Agility. Let's gonna do that real quick. So we got Dodger, lets you jump aside during combat. Falling will cause you 30% less injury. Oh, I don't know these. Oh, I already know that one. Okay, so we'll do this one. Okay, agility's been learned. Everything else looks fine. Yeah, I guess we're good. We do need to learn a lot more of the things, though.
I'd like to improve my swordsmanship.
Certainly.
Oh, I can level it up.
More advanced techniques.
All right, but it'll cost you.
Isn't that quite a lot?
That's expensive.
Satisfied?
You're a right pinch purse.
He wants 165. I'll go 150.
Satisfied?
Well, a little more and we'll call it a deal.
Wow. Really, dude? Jeez.
Agreed. Now, listen up.
All right. Well, I need to learn this stuff anyway because... So, warfare and sword, we just gotta level it up a lot more. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's go to combat, right? So I don't get what just happened here. Guess I don't need to. I can't learn anything else.
Can you teach me how to defend myself?
Certainly.
I'm interested in more.
Wouldn't you rather learn the basics first?
I'm interested in more advanced techniques.
Wouldn't you rather learn the basics first?
But there is no basics.
Well.
Well, at least I got some stuff done there. At least my character should be a little better, right? I need to go make some more money in game. Because we are broke again. I got 198. Jeez, I just had a whole bunch. Alright, let's go ahead and go back now, guys. That scout might help us out a lot, too. But we have to go over there. We're going to have to do this on foot. Alright, we're going to take the trail. I did get hooked, yeah, pretty much. There we go. So we're going in the woods, but when we get in here, guys, we gotta be careful. There's a bunch of bushes in this game. Oh, I think one of my lights about to blow out. And the door was like, "Where are we going?" It really was. All right, let's stay on the trail here, guys. We're discovering new locations, which is good. Very, very, very good. All right, before I continue this on any further, guys. Where is going? Hmm. I kind of like that it automatically goes on the trail. Like right now, I'm just kind of doing this, and then all I gotta do is just hold the B button, and it keeps on moving for me. What is this? These are probably bad guys. Oh no, they're not. These are good guys. Okay, well, let's continue on then.
Yeah.
We got a new discovery, interesting site. There's so many of these big bushes. Wow.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, it's starting to rain in the game, guys. I think this was the town that had issues, yep.
Yeah.
Fish trap? What's wrong with this horse?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh, you know what? Wow. Hmm. Oh, not so lucky that time. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I can't believe that just happened. That's so weird. That is so weird. I do need to save the game though, guys. I haven't saved the game in a while. Oh, we just discovered a shrine. Omega, what's up? How are you? Hi. Bum. Oh, I'm almost there. So at least we found another city to fast travel to, which is good. So I'm gonna go south. Yeah, we're going south.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope, that's not happening. Wow, the horse didn't teleport. It actually just comes to me. That's pretty cool. And it walks up to myself. Give me all your money. Oh, okay, here you go. But I wonder if you actually got retro coins for that, though. Like, I think that's what Trickspot gets, right? Oh, no. Go back the other way. We need to take the other hill part here, guys. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a big pond. I don't think we want to go that way. Wow. Look how nice this looks. Not sure, but you doubt it. What I would do, Jay, next time, because it looks like it happens a little often, check your points before you do it, and then check it again afterwards. That's what I would do. Speaking of that, hold on. I could have sworn check balance was the yeah, well, I said it that way so people wouldn't all like pick on one person. Um Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. It was check bank, okay. I forgot. Right? Right, yeah, exactly. But originally when I had it set up, it was just supposed to be just for random.
Yeah.
Whoa, that deer just came out of nowhere in my face. I got hiccups.
Yeah.
Oh, we're almost there, guys. We finally made it. Sao sao. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I don't think we want to go that way, right? All right, looks like we're gonna have to jump off here, guys. We're gonna have to walk it. I'm new to this town. These people are weird. Wow, look at this place. They're working on it. So where is it that we have to buy this wine from? Wow, you just kicked Trickspot's butt. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this one is B. We gotta go to the B objective here, guys.
If you're not working here, clear off.
Wow. You're pretty mad? Oh, we got a fast travel point. That's good. Perfect. You know what's nice about the points too? You can whisper to Trickspot, you can type it in chat, or you can type it on Discord. That's what's the beauty of it. Like, if you want to keep your points hidden, you can. What's going on here? Where's the wine? Oh, this must be the wine. Oh yeah, let's go buy it. This is the building. Oh, that's a lockpick. We don't want to do that. Let's wash ourselves. This building right here, guys. All right, who's inside here? Man, so much stuff we can steal. There they are. Master Jerome. All right.
The Lady of Talmberg sent me. She wants me to find out why the crown's been delayed.
Through no fault of ours, I can tell you that. We had a large stone ordered for mounting on the crown, a beautiful Moldavite from South Bohemia that we had cut and polished in Prague. But, well, in short, the good merchant, Martin Wieseck, who was supposed to bring it from Prague, got lost along the way. It's like the ground swallowed him up.
Lady Stephanie won't be happy.
Look, we've got something else here we can replace the stone with, but I'm sure even you can see it's not worthy of a noble wedding, and definitely not worthy of our fine craftsmanship. Oh, if I only had someone who'd try to find the Moldavite.
Of course, I'll try to find a stone. Replace it with something. Uh-oh.
Why don't you just ask me? Of course I'll try to find the stone. Just tell me where the fellow was seen last.
That fellow, as you call him, the esteemed merchant, Martin Wieseck, was last seen riding alongside the Sasau River, passing by the footbridge over the ford, to the west of here.
Okay.
Evidently, he never made it to Sasau town.
Well, I'll look for him, but he could be far over the mountains by now. Or under the ground.
Take care now.
Well, I guess we're going to be finding out. Well, we knew that wasn't going to be that easy. Oh. Find the missing Moldavite? Yeah, so we're going to have to go over there. But before I go doing anything, guys, I'm about to save the game. We need to save the game.
Charles IV, King of Bohemia and Holy Roman Emperor, had a long and successful reign. The empire he ruled from Prague expanded, and his subjects lived in peace and prosperity. When the emperor died, the whole empire mourned. More than 7,000 people accompanied him on his last procession. The heir to the throne of the flourishing empire was Charles's son, Wenceslas IV, whose father had prepared him for this moment all his life. But Wenceslas did not take after his father. He neglected affairs of state for more
Yeah, right, what's else, kids?
pursuits. He even failed to turn up for his own coronation as emperor, which did little to endear him to the Pope. Wenceslas the Idle did not impress the imperial nobility either. His difficulties mounted until the nobles, exasperated by the inaction of their ruler, turned for help to his half-brother, King Sigismund of Hungary. Sigismund decided on a radical solution. He kidnapped the king to force him to abdicate, then took advantage of the ensuing disorder to gain greater power for himself. He invaded Bohemia with a massive army and began pillaging the territories of the king's allies. It is here that my story begins.
All right, let's do this. All right, so we're back in the game, guys. But I had to back out, make sure we saved it, because if we die, we have to do all that again. We don't really want to do that. All right, let's take a look here, see what we have going on. All right, let's try that again. Let's get back into motion. All right, we need to get on our horse. We need to go look and see where this guy has possibly gone and to see what's going on with that, guys. Oh, wow, this is interesting. I never saw this before. Inside some of the villages look like this. Okay, well, let's go to continue on here. And it's thunderstorming too, guys. So we got some bad weather up here. All right, so we got some crops. We're gonna have to find out where this guy is. Find out where they are. Yeah, I'll message you on Discord, let you know. Might even just do like a just chatting stream one day with it or something.
Yeah.
How far do we have to go? Oh, we're almost there. Sweet. So this was that river that they were talking about, guys. So hopefully we'll find out where this guy went. So somewhere in this circle. So let's follow the river.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't go any further. The current could sweep me to my death.
There we go. Just fall into the river. Yeah, that's exactly what I just did right now. I just fell into the river, guys. Let's get off the horse.
Entertainment! Great!
Of course I don't have my shield equipped. Why would I? Okay, you want to dance, buddy? Ooh, he's got the mace on him. And he kicks him. Of course he does. Wow, one behind me. My stamina's down. No.
Go ahead and gather your...
Wow. What's with my character being so wimpy? Oh my god, I gotta run there again? See, this is what I'm talking about. That's annoying. Look. Alright, when I get there, we're gonna save it. Again, like, I hate this. Like, I seriously, I hate this. Like, I don't like this. Like, I understand. Yeah. It was my fault. I wish there was a better save option. Instead of saving quit to the desktop, it should just let me save. Jeez. Are you gonna make me shut down the whole game? Just so I can save it. I know we're supposed to use like these save potions in game, but they're rare to find. I don't get the point of it. Or we can save it when we sleep, but I guess it's not that far. But it's still kind of a burden though. Like, I don't want to keep doing this. I'm gonna fight that guy again, but this time I think I'm ready. What's up, Kelso? Yeah. I think right here too. I think I could sleep here. But sometimes it doesn't let me save and sleep. Of course, there's nothing here. Yeah, right. Let's climb on down. Okay. This is what I gotta do. I gotta do this. Save and quit. I don't like doing this, but that's the only way I can save the game. It's the only way. I just need a shotgun. That too. That would help. Most definitely. It's okay. We're loading back in anyway, so let's get loaded in, guys. How you been doing, Kelso? Yeah, I just don't like the part about when you die. Like, I get it. Like, they're trying to do like the old-fashioned where you save is where you play. Right. This game was the main story game I'm focusing on right now on PC, and then Maxima is like when I'm on mobile. And then Star Citizen we just got, so we're gonna try it out. I'm glad you're doing great, Kelso. Alright, I'm gonna sneak up on these guys. This game I want to beat because it's taking up a lot of my hard drive space. I know once I clear this, I'm gonna get a lot of space on my hard drive. A medieval shotgun. Hey, that's the way to do it. You're trying to use equipment that demands better abilities than you have now, so its effectiveness is greatly lowered. You can find out exactly what the item demands in your inventory. No, not the horse. Wait, so what the heck happened? Hold on. Minimum agility 5? Oh, shoot. I need to learn some agility, guys. That's why I'm having a tough time. So these guys, look, this guy's like stuck on a rock.
What's going on there? What's going on there?
Uh-oh, I think he saw me.
What are you doing? Fire of life on you? Over here! Where is everyone? Quick!
Wow.
Hey, all of you, gather here! Regulars! I'll slaughter you!
Come on.
Cunt!
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. Oh, I got you, bro. Oh, don't you dare. Oh, okay. 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 Where the hell are you going? Come on. Come on. Oh, that hurt. There's another guy. Come on, stamina up, stamina up. Dang it, stop blocking so much. Ooh. Got him. Oh, I missed. Come on. Come on, I can't hit him? Wow. Got him, got him. Come on, a little more, a little more, a little more. Having an archer battle here. Come on. Man, how many arrows do I have left? You shot and miss? Okay, okay. Wow. Dude, oh my god, it's so hard to shoot in this game. Two hits. Come on, come on, come on. I ran out of arrows. Of course I did. I'll take that. What he has really is the armor. Where'd his sword go? Long distance. There are so many different types of arrows available in the medieval archery. Okay, well, first of all, which one do I have the most of? Piercing arrow. I got 2 of them. Seriously, dude? Oh my god, just go at him with the sword. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. I'm taking bandages. Yes, I'm taking those. I'm taking your Groshin. Stole his pants. This one better? Yeah, it is actually. I owned them. I did good with the bow and arrow guy. Yeah, no crosshairs don't help, but that's true. I guess that would make sense. Rip. Oh my god, but I lived. Where'd my horse go? Oh, I was about to say, if they killed my horse, I'm gonna cry. I had bandages this whole time. I'm not bleeding? So how the heck do I... Why am I barefooted? And I'm using a controller. Yeah, that explains. I'm really bad with it. If I was using this bad boy, I'd be much better, right? Just fighting is easier. Like sword fighting is easier on a controller. It's a pain in the butt on a mouse or on a keyboard. It hurts my fingers, man. I want you to press like weird button combinations. First of all, we're gonna eat whatever food they were cooking. They were cooking something good. Or were they cooking dead bodies? Yeah, for all I know, I probably ate a dead body. Oh, this is the guy that never made it. See, it doesn't let me sleep and save. Like X, Y, and Z, right? Yeah, I forgot how to do this. Oh my god, I forgot how to lockpick. Wow. Is there another one of these guys somewhere? And the plot thickens. The crown is ready, but the Moldavite, which was to be placed, has gone missing. A merchant by the name of Martin Vashik was supposed to bring it, but he never arrived. Maybe I can try to find him. He was the last seen on the way to Sassau from the north, traveling alongside the river. Yeah, this is it. Probably in that chest, man. He doesn't have anything else on him. Huh. Okay, so if I can't do that, then what am I supposed to do then? So we find this guy and then nothing? Maybe there's something else around here. Let's look around. If I can get this blood off my screen. Let me double check the guys that we took out, guys. Okay, so we got this guy, which is the archer, right? He was the archer. Let's loot his body. Let's check the other guy. I wonder if the black shield is better than the shield I have now. Black shield. Let's equip this. And then this one. Oh, they could be sold for coin. I don't want to look all crazy though. I don't want to look like it's better armor though. Composite gauntlets. I don't know what else we need to. Let's put these on the horse. All right, we'll have my horse carry some of this stuff because some of it we can sell too.
Yeah.
All right, let's get down towards the end here. Okay, let's just follow the river, guys.
Yeah.
This guy didn't have what we were looking for, but let's continue checking down. Don't tell me we gotta play the wild guessing game right now in the woods. I bet you it was in that lock pick thingy. Can't just like take an axe and break it? Oh yeah, we're out of it now. Okay, who's this random person? Okay, they don't want to talk. We can only pickpocket. We don't want to do that. Okay, so... it was in that box. Oh, this might be it. Didn't even think about that. Hold on. All right, some sage. Grab some of those. Right, let's go back up top. This was his wagon. Okay, we can't search nothing. Nothing with the wagon. Nothing with the person. What the heck? The heck is it?
Yeah.
One of the guys dropped it. They had to drop it. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's the stuff that I dropped. What about this guy? That's your hunting bow? I'll take that. It might be better than the one I have. I'm using the villager's ash bow. He's using the dogwood, so the one he has less range? Oh, but it's worth money. Alright, let's take this back. Where's my horse? Hey! What's up, Thomas? How are you, bro? Alright. I don't know how we're gonna do this. This one is the sword we're using. We'll move this to the horse. We're still overweight. That helped a lot. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're missing something, guys. There's something at this camp. It's gotta be here. You're doing good? That's good. Too bad I can't just like stab the lock out of there. Oh man. Maybe we need to sleep a little bit. Ought to be nightfall though. We're gonna be more hungry with this, but we gotta rest it up, guys. Oh my god, Thomas. Ugh, I just realized what you said over there, bro. Let me stretch. Oh, right there. That's perfect. Okay, so what's going on here? Still at the crime scene?
Jesus, it's not as shallow as it looks.
Come on, it's got to be somewhere. Honestly, I don't know. This was an optional mission, find the missing motivite. So if I can't do this, it's not a big deal. We'll just have to make do whatever they have. I need lockpicks. All right, let's call the horse. Yeah, me neither. I think Thomas is lying to all of us, Jay. I got nothing, bro. That's what I'm saying. Let's put the sword away. Yeah, it kind of got the Skyrim feel to it, but it's a little different. Oh man, what the heck is going on? Say what? Look how smooth this game runs now. It is. I like this game. It's pretty good. I made it pretty far. It's a pretty. Oh gosh, wrong button. It's a pretty large map they have you on. So this is like the map. Some of the places are like hidden behind clouds. Oh, there's Sasu. I gotta go back there. And yeah, you get to travel different areas. It is like an RPG quest skipping type of game. May not be for everybody, but I like it. The next one I really want to do is Outer Worlds. I still want to beat that game. All right, we need to go back, guys. We're in the ejector ring, though. Right here. Right here, but where is... Find the missing... I don't know. You know what? Let's go back to the city first. Yeah, we'll go back to the town real quick. Wow, it takes that long to fast travel? Yeah, I think everybody I know pretty much played it off the Game Pass. That's what I'm going to be doing. Ain't trying to pay full price. Gamers got to save money, man. Games are expensive. All right, we're here. Where can I sell stuff? Quest giver, beehive. Grindstone. Unexplored place. Unexplored place. A lot of unexplored places.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay, that's more than enough, bro. Really, it's your upload. It's a private area. We don't want to be in there. Thank you for the follow. Okay, we need to go back there.
Get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Oh, now he's getting hungry. Well, I know what I'm doing. I just saw a pot of like food over here. Hold on, let's go grab some free food real quick. I'm cheap. Food's expensive. I'll eat some of that, thank you. Very nice of you. You guys eating too? Get in line. Rent to own gameplays? Right? Stone Mason? That's not who I want to talk to. What's over here? Keep your aids up and your ass down. No, I don't like that kid. Alright, well, what else are we looking at here, guys? Wait, what is this? Alchemy? Nah, but I'm not worried about alchemy. Herbalist. How many places down there? Let me go down south. This seems like a working center. I pay $5 a month until you pay the game off. Oh, I get what you're saying. Like a layaway, yeah. I remember I used to do like the red box. What was it, like $2? Play a brand new game for $2, beat it, take it back, boom, done. That was a good thing for a while. Oh, we're trespassing. We need to go to like a shop or something.
Good day to you. What do you need?
I'm looking for the master engraver. Do you know where I can find him?
He's probably in his workshop in the monastery courtyard. God be with you.
Okay. Let's go back a left, maybe over there. All right, let's go out of here first. All right, so he's doing like the garden there. Yeah, maybe around here we'll find like a grocer or like a shop or something. All right, let's take a look, see what we got going on. Oh, these guys are doing something. Wow. Oh, I thought that was a piece of arm in there for a second. Nope, there's nothing over here. What the heck?
Good day to you. I'm looking for the master engraver. Do you know where I can find him?
He's probably in his workshop in the monastery courtyard. Farewell.
You're all telling me the same thing. It's got to be one of these buildings. Come on. What about this guy? Who's this?
Good day to you. What do you need?
Do you know where I can find the master engraver?
Oh, yes.
And we're trespassing.
By the monastery. God be with you.
I love that you can steal horses. That's kind of cool. You just got off the game? Okay, okay, okay. I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe whenever you get added, Jay, let me know. And then me and Thomas can add each other. Right, we were waiting for you, Thomas. We've been waiting, man. I think you have to make sure you have crossplay turned on. But that shouldn't stop you from adding people, though. Let me ask this guy. Never mind, he don't want to talk to me. Like, nope. Nope, nope, nope. I don't get it, guys. I don't know. Let's take a short little break here, guys, real quick. Get a little bit of chatter in chat, see, catch up with you guys, see what everything's going on. You guys have any questions or comments or anything? Before we continue on some more? Put a fork in it, right? Someone never wants to accept our friendship. Thomas, you're being so mean to us. Why don't you want to add us? I thought we were bros, man. I thought we were homies. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna do a quick stretch real quick, guys, before we start. Hold on. Oh, the stretcher running. Stretch. Hey, stretching it up. Unbelievable. That's good. That's really good. Showtime. Yeah, Thomas, you have crossplay turned on, right? I'm guessing. Hopefully you got that bad boy turned on. There's gotta be something around these shops. Private property. Where are these guys?
Another one. Johanka?
Oh.
Henry?
I'm glad to see you.
Me too. I heard that you're doing well.
Well, that depends.
You're alive. So you're doing well.
Right, true.
What's happening here? Oh my god. Philip and...
Uh-oh.
Where do you
Oh,
think
boy.
the wounded ended up?
Actually, I had no idea.
Well, now you know. Me and Nicodemus have been trying to keep things under control since Skalitz was raised. Just the two of us.
So can I help at all?
Certainly. We can always use an extra pair of hands here. And it's been like that since the beginning.
I was in a bad way myself
Right.
back then. They took me to Rattay unconscious, and I needed a healer. How is everyone holding up? What can I do?
Holding up. People here are dying, usually needlessly, and I can't do anything about it. Food or space or anyone who's willing to help us.
Nobody helps you here? Doesn't the monastery care for them? How are you doing? Why is the guard outside?
Doesn't anyone help me with nursing these people? You've got scholars.
Right. Oh, you guys heard the popo.
Scholars, maybe, but they leave the healing up to God. Nicodemus.
Can I have a look at them myself? I know a little about healing.
Do you now? And what would you do if you burnt yourself at the forge?
That actually happened to me once. Fritz pissed on the burn and it was right as rain the next day.
I see. Well, better talk to Brother Nicodemus before trying that treatment here.
Right. Failed.
Doesn't the monastery care for them?
They give us some food for them and a place to sleep, but I wouldn't say they help exactly. More like they just tolerate us.
Do you have enough food?
Enough to survive, maybe, but convalescents need feeding up.
Maybe if I brought some meat, some game, that would strengthen them up.
That
Hopefully.
would be a great help.
Anything else you need?
Look around.
Well, it is a little crowded.
Crowded. I've had to leave some of the sick lying in the open air, even at night. And have you seen what they're lying on?
I'll try to negotiate better conditions with the monastery.
I tried that, out loud. They just nod their heads, but don't move a muscle.
Wow. Okay.
Very well.
Very well.
And how are you doing? You're the only woman here, alone in the monastery.
Some of the monks speak to me, but other people act like I don't exist. Too bad the custodian isn't one of those.
Is the custodian causing you problems?
All the time. Apparently he has a wife somewhere, but that doesn't stop him. He's constantly strutting around in front of me.
Ooh.
What else?
What do you mean, what else? He's invited me to his home.
I could do something about it, if you liked.
No, I can deal with him. The last thing I need is you going around threatening people. It won't help me, and it definitely won't help the refugees.
Oh, okay. Well, I was looking to get into like a little fight with him.
Why is there a guard outside?
Take that, Nightbot.
Here because of me.
Hey, what's up, Donkey Hall? How are you, bro?
Yes.
How you been, man?
There was one time I just had enough of it all, of the way they treat us, and I almost slapped one of... But that doesn't matter.
Wow, okay.
What can you tell me about the custodian?
He's supposed to be in charge of all the guards and the security of the monastery. But really, he has a say in pretty much everything, including supplies. And that's why he probably thinks he can do whatever he wants.
Right. I wonder how much coins Nightbot even has.
All right, that's all I need to know.
Look, Henry.
I think you could do exclamation mark check and their balance or their username. Go ahead and give it a shot, Jay. You might or may not. I don't know.
You knew him. And nobody even blinked an eye. We desperately need help.
I'll do whatever's in my power. Tell me more about the situation here.
That's all we need to know.
That's all I need to know.
All right, is in that dialogue? At least we got to talk to her for a bit. Oh my gosh.
You're the one who's in charge of the wounded.
Yes, I'm the infirmarius here. Time was I only had a few elderly monks who couldn't walk to take care of. Now I have this mess to deal with.
Monks so old they can't hold themselves up with their own legs.
Oh, if that were the only bodily function they could control. But I shouldn't talk like that. It's a blessing to live to such an age.
J exclamation mark check and then their username.
How are the wounded from Skalitz?
Some of them are well taken care of.
Let me give me some of the snack on.
Others are
Oh no balance. Just check Nightbot.
It's a good thing we have Johanka here. I'd never be able to manage on my own.
Yeah, I do have a question here though, guys, for whoever is like pretty good with like tech savvy, like hardware equipment and stuffy. So I've never put thermal paste or compound on a GPU. Can I use the same RTX Silver 4 that I've used on my CPU on my GPU? That's just a question I have for you guys. If anybody knows the answer, let me know in chat, guys. I need my nerds out there. Wow, I want those coins, right? How much Night? Oh, Nightbot's a lot. Wow. Ooh, close, very close. Nice pudding time. All right, let's get back into the game here.
So you don't normally treat the wounded then?
Well, there were accidents, of course. A broken leg, someone who'd been kicked by a cow or bitten by a goat. But this, I've never dealt with the carnage of battle before.
If only it had been a battle. This was cold-blooded slaughter.
You were there? God be merciful to you and the dead and the wounded.
How can I help you?
Have you talked to Johanka?
I did.
Well, if you know something about it, then go and take a look. However, you don't look like you've studied the Hippocratic arts.
Nope.
That's true. I'm the son of a blacksmith, but I have been around the wounded before. What do I do if I'm not sure of the treatment?
Come and speak to me. We'll see what we can do.
Okay, so we're gonna go do that then.
What do you think about the custodian?
Baron von Berg? Well, he does his job well. Keeps us safe here. And the last time I saw him was when I was rubbing ointment on his rash.
I heard he's been here a lot lately.
Well, that's true. He comes to visit Johanka. But he's never here long, and he always leaves unsatisfied.
Well, I think we know why.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why are they so badly provided for? People are crammed in next to each other, and some have to sleep outside. It can't be good for them. It's freezing here at night.
I can't afford anything more for them. How is
that possible? You're the infirmarius. You decide how all the money gets spent.
But I have no say in how much money I get. And because the abbot's away, it's still the same amount I had when I was taking care of a few old men.
Can't you do anything? Won't the others help?
Unfortunately not. The brothers in the cloister aren't much interested in the external world, and the custodian has enough on his plate with the chaos in the region. Besides, his main concern is the smooth running of the monastery.
Mm-hmm.
I won't get any sleep. I just won't get any sleep.
And the local custodian? His crew has enough provisions.
I tried him, but it seems he had some disagreement with Johanka, and now he won't give us anything.
I'll try to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe your conscience lets you leave the Skalitz locals in such a state.
I know. I'm shamed. But my brothers believe it's all in God's hands now.
Even so, conditions here seem to me quite unchristian.
You're not the only one.
Would you teach me more about alchemy?
Oh, gosh.
Certainly.
I'm interested in more advanced techniques.
Wouldn't you rather learn the basics first?
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right, but it'll cost you.
Oh, man. A lot of money. I don't want to pay.
Quite a lot.
You know what game I've been really looking into, guys? Escape from Tarkov. What's the deal with that game? Is it any good? I see you have to pre-order it though.
Agreed. Now listen up.
All right, we're getting some alchemy, guys. All right, we learned a little bit. So now that we learned some alchemy, let's actually look at our character's stat tree here. Oh, we got strength. We got Clinch Master, gives you 40% higher chance of overpowering your opponent in a clinch. Yeah, I have to learn how to clinch better though. You can carry 15 more pounds. Grave Digger, carrying dead or unconscious bodies won't cost you any stamina, and they will burden you only half as much. Blocking an opponent's strikes with your shield will cost you 30% less stamina. That's pretty useful. You can deplete an opponent's health and stamina by bumping into him at a sprint. The effect is increased if your armor is heavier than his. Gotcha. The fact that they said his, I guess we're not fighting women in this game. Your stamina regeneration will not slow down in combat, even on weapons backswings. Tight grip. So I like tight grip. I'm kind of liking stronghold. I gotta figure out which one I want. Let me learn this one. That one will come in handy. Alchemy, where is it at? Right here.
Quiet!
Oh man.
Would you teach me more about alchemy?
Certainly.
I need to sell my stuff.
I'm interested in more advanced techniques.
Wouldn't you rather learn the basics first?
I did learn the basics.
Well, I'll think it over.
Farewell.
Alright, so what do we gotta do here with the wounded?
Everything here is fine.
Christ above. I can't get a wink of sleep.
What are you making such a fuss about?
A fuss? Because of my leg, I have to stay here for at least another week. Hurts like fuck. And with everyone else moaning and groaning all night, I can't get any sleep.
Maybe I can make you something to help you sleep.
Oh, then for God's sake, do it quickly.
May the Lord watch over you.
And who are you?
Brother Elias.
That's it.
May the Lord watch over you.
Help me.
How about some potion to induce heavy sleep?
Certainly. The old reliable.
That's right.
I won't get any sleep.
Some of the brothers
I just won't get
like
any
a good
sleep.
sleep. And sometimes that's the only way to get one. I'll show you how.
Thank you.
I'd like to learn something from you.
And what can you do?
A bit of everything.
Can you now? But to be more precise, do you understand herbs and medicinal plants?
I do.
In that case, you've come to the right place. Someone who knows what they're doing will have it done in a jiffy. Go to the herb garden, take a good look at what's growing there, and then pull up the weeds in the herbaceous beds. Is that clear?
Clear. I can get cracking.
Not
Wow.
so fast. Have I even told you what I consider a weed? It's dandelions, stinging nettles, and thistles. Those plants have their use, but they've no business growing among the euphrasia and the mentha, or anywhere else in that garden for that matter.
Yeah, I'm completely lying, pretending like I know everything, but really I don't. I just want to get the mission done. Where is it that they're supposed to grow? Okay.
Where is it they're not supposed to grow?
Between the mint and the eyebrights. Once you've cleared the garden of weeds, come back. And woe betide you if you pull up anything but weeds.
Don't worry, you've never had as good a gardener. How do I know which are the weeds?
You see, this is the part where you learn something. Look in the herbarium to find out what a dandelion, stinging nettle, and thistle look like.
How can I tell them apart?
You see, this is the part where you learn.
I see.
Farewell.
I can't. I just can't.
It's done.
Did you weed the beds and leave what should be growing there alone?
Oh, I should have waited.
Not a leaf wasted.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm going to check with my own eyes. Farewell.
What will happen to my family?
Take care now.
Oh, I'm in trouble now. Oh, shit. Where was the garden? Up here? Oh, gosh. He's coming.
You're fired!
I don't know. I think it was this one.
Yeah.
He said not the eyebright. Oh, he's coming. So what did I need to do again? Nettles, thistles, and then I'm supposed to pull the nettles, thistles, and dandelions. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. Whoopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Oh, I'm super fired. Oh, he's gonna be mad. Yeah, so we gotta pull these out. I screwed up, man. I screwed up. Shoot. No, not the mint. Oh, like a sound delay? Yeah. I'll have to look at it. I think for the most part, everything else is pretty much good. Not the eye bright. It's 1 to 2 minutes delay? Really? Oh, wow.
What the deuce?
What the deuce? Immense. Get that thistle out of here. See, I should have did this in the first place. I screwed up big time. I really ticked that guy off. Got the mint or Eyebright. Oh, this one's got to go. Hold on. He's gonna murder you now, right? I'm such a big liar. See, now if he would have came over here, it would look good. I'm overloaded. Oh shoot, where's my horse? Alright, let me get on my horse real quick. Let's put some stuff away. This one is better. Okay, I need my arrows back. Freshness is 0. We need to drop these. How do I access my... Oh, sidekicks. Wow. Okay, that should be good. Let's go ahead and go back. We're in big trouble now.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump off.
Are you satisfied with my weeding?
You said it was finished, but I took a look at it. Is that what you call a finished job? Try again and do better. That simply isn't good enough. Take care now.
Well, I did finish.
It's done.
Did you weed the beds and leave what should be growing there alone?
I may have picked a couple of the other plants by mistake.
If it's only a couple, there's no harm done. I'm going to check with my own eyes.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna go check with his own eyes. Well, I'm gonna run over again and double check. We're gonna make sure we have all these plants the way they're supposed to be. All right, so here should just be Eyebrights, right? Bunch of Eyebrights. Okay, okay. This one should be mint. Oh, I see a dandelion. Oh, get it. These are a good thing I'm checking my mistakes here. This one should be Comfrey or Comfrey. Oh gosh. Oh, get the nettle out of here. Yep, we should be good. Oh, 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 oh. While he's doing that, I'm gonna grab these real quick.
Were you satisfied with my weeding?
You said it was finished, but I took a look at it. Is that what you call a finished job?
What?
Off you go. I'd better do it myself.
What? Wow, it's very minty.
Thank you.
God be with you.
Probably because I took too many mints. Oh, I thought I did a good job. Wow. I'm fired. I'm fired or he's fired. Probably because I cheated the system.
These wounds have been well taken care of.
Please, help me.
What are the...
You're not from Skalitz?
No, but please help me. I can't stay here.
What's the problem? Why can't you stay until you heal?
I have a family. I'm poor. It's only thanks to the building work that we can survive. And the master told me if I don't come back in a few days, then I shouldn't come back at all. And where can me and my wife go then? Who'll take us in? We'll end up living in the woods.
You're right. That's what he's trying to say.
What happened to you?
I was working on the building when the scaffolding up by
13 seconds.
underneath me.
Well, and you're very lucky you survived at all.
Yes, that's what everyone tells me. But it's no use being alive if all I can do is lie here like a wet sack of barley.
What the deuce? Well, you're pretty battered, but
There you go.
a few weeks
What the
rest
deuce?
Weeks? My God, I have to get back to work sooner than that.
Okay.
Is there anything I can do to help? It looks like they took care of your wounds.
When I was little, my father got trampled on by a horse, and an old hag from the village gave him some kind of purple herbs for it.
I just won't get any sleep.
And he got better very quickly.
And do you remember what the herbs were?
I don't. But there's supposed to be the whole cursed knowledge of the world in this place. Something has to be written about it. A herbarium. Anything.
I'll try to find something.
Thank you. Thank you.
Farewell.
So the herbarium, I don't think I've checked that in a while. How do I do this? Codex? Nope, not here. Locations, events, society, characters, tutorials.
Everything here is fine.
Huh? Shit. What's going on?
You look alright?
Mostly, but my leg still hurts.
Did the humans wound you?
That's what I tell the ladies. Truth is, I did myself a mischief while I was running away.
And do they rebandage it for you?
Occasionally. They told me they don't have enough bandages.
Well, that's no use. Those bandages need changing. I'll get some.
Good luck to you.
Huh.
These wounds have been well taken care of. I'm not needed here. These wounds have been well taken care of. Philip, from Skalitz.
I just won't get any sleep.
I don't see any wounds, but he's shaking terribly. He's not reacting. But all I can see that's wrong with him is his leg. I have to ask Johanka. Everything here is fine. These wounds have been well taken care of.
For love of God! What have you been doing?
What's wrong with that man by the altar? He doesn't look wounded, but he's really pale and doesn't react at all.
He had a broken leg. A bad one. The bone had come right through the skin.
Ouch.
We tried to straighten it, but I don't know if we did it right. I'm not holding out much hope for him. I've seen folk in that state before, and it didn't end well.
My God, there has to be something we can do.
And what?
Now my leg hurts.
The monks won't help, and I don't know anyone else who can.
Well, I can try. I'll straighten his leg.
You?
I'll give it a go. It's not like I can make it any worse.
So you don't know anything. Don't even think about touching that poor man.
What about the executioner from Ratai? He usually breaks bones, but he might know something about mending them too.
The executioner? Even if you could persuade him to come, they'll never let him in here.
Well, maybe it would be enough if he advised me and then I tried...
Look, do whatever you want. I have to go and take care of the others.
One of the sick men, Semek, is complaining about pain and the fact he can't work. He says he...
Semek? Is he one of our people?
No, he's a construction worker. He's bruised and confined to...
Henry, for God's sake, our neighbours are dying here. Your friends. There isn't time to waste on some construction worker's bruises. Oh, honestly, what were you thinking?
Listen, all I need to find out is the name of a herb.
Then go and look it up in a book. You've got your own herbarium, haven't you?
Quiet!
Yeah, but where... I gotta find out how to look at that.
What happened to Philip?
Poor man. There was nothing wrong with him, and now he's getting worse every day.
But do you know why?
Maybe. He didn't run away from Skalitz, you see. He hid for days, among the corpses. If he got poisoned...
But what can we do?
Us? Nothing.
Under healing herbs? Yeah, I gotta look at it.
Simon might have been able to
Find out where it is.
He knew a lot about poisons.
Thomas, you're making me hungry, bro. What you eating over there?
I know he left Skalitz years ago.
And does anyone know where he ended up?
If you believe the stories about a wild man in the woods, then Rovnar is the place to go.
Oh.
Tell me more about the situation here. All right, that's all I need to know.
Take care.
All right, so far so good, guys. We are holding it down. We are holding it down. I just ate. Yeah, which a snack. The food hype. Food hype. All right, guys, we gotta make it out of this objective here. We gotta level up some more though. My main level is 6. That's not bad. So where do I go to sell this stuff though? All right. Oh my gosh. Wait, what's up here? Oh, Talmberg. I need to go there for now. I'm not sure why. What's going on?
Do you know anything about herbs?
I just can't.
I'm not an expert, but I know a little something. Is it urgent?
Well, one of the workers who was injured during construction would like to get back to work. He mentioned some purple flowers that would...
Herbs.
Oh, purple herbs that should help.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but you can have a look in the herbarium here. There won't be too many purple herbs for bruises and sprains.
Oh.
Good luck to you.
Oh, right here. Wait, that's alchemy. Hold on. Being able to read was a very rare skill in the Middle Ages, and the common blacksmith's son certainly wouldn't have been literate to understand written text. You will have to find someone who can teach you to read. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna take all these. Seven out of 10. All right, we need 2 more. 1 more. One more. Bread and cheese. Any leaf in one of those?
I just can't.
It says nettle and something else. I begin with an N. I don't think I have it. Forget that. Forget that. Got some bread and cheese. Sounds good to me. Especially when you're hungry. That's crazy. What's up, Insane Snake? How are you? Oh, snap. Snap-a-roni. But man, 379 times. That's crazy. The delay is kind of bad. Okay. I have to look at it. Probably because it's such a long command. Especially the scream? Huh, that's weird. That's really weird.
I can't.
So it's not screaming right now?
watch over you.
Let's take a look at a few things here, guys. I don't know. I don't know what we should be doing here. Hmm. Might have to just do that one. Maybe Sasu has something. Let's fast travel there. It's a pretty big town. This area has to have it.
Vegetables, fruit, apples, cucumbers, onions. Come get them.
Wine.
There's a trader.
Good afternoon.
Cultivated from a rose bush.
There's like 7, 8 Mississippis. Oh.
Goodbye.
Oh man, smoked sausage, dried meat. Oh, I'll be stealing.
Huh. I know you.
Uh-oh.
I know you from somewhere. Where do I know you from?
What?
Of course, my dream. You were in a boat made of bones, and I put a crown of thorns on your head.
What the heck? Can you tell me? Tell me about your dream.
Tell me about this dream of yours.
That dream? Yes, that dream has come true. I dreamt that a young man would become my apprentice, my own pupil in the trade of miracles.
Have a look at these cucumbers. They'll stay firm all winter. Buy them before someone else does.
Then I'm in luck.
On the contrary, I'm the lucky one. What's your name, young man?
Henry.
Henry. A powerful name.
Yes, it is.
Henry, are you ready to become my apprentice?
I become your apprentice. Who are you? What does it entail?
All that grows in the ground, fresh. Come right
All right, I'll be your apprentice.
Wonderful! Oh, glorious day! I have a successor in my work.
Uh-oh.
How do you plan to start training me?
With a test of your practical skills.
Oh.
Cabbage. Cabbage.
I have my eye on 3 rare objects of great value. But sadly, they're a little difficult to obtain.
But just so we're clear, I'm not stealing anything for you.
Who said anything about stealing?
But you said these are valuable things you're after. I don't suppose you can just pick them up anywhere.
Valuable for me because I know their power and strength. For an ordinary mortal, they barely mean anything.
Oh. Well, that's fine then.
Hey, what's up, Queen? How are you?
Saint Procopius. Then I'll need a branch from a topping out hung on a church.
Okay.
And finally, a talisman for luck from a passionate player.
Bloody hell, that's a lot. All right, one thing at a time. About that tooth, it's going to be slightly more complicated, isn't it?
I know. Yes, it would be very difficult to gain such a rare relic, of course. That's why I have an alternative solution.
I'm listening.
A layman named Procopius lives by the monastery, and it just so happens, thanks to my intricate...
Okay.
How did you find out he has a sore tooth?
As it happens, he told me at the tavern. But that's not important.
Garlic, onions, mushrooms, and asparagus. Come
And how am I
right up.
supposed to
No
get
need
the
to be
tooth?
shy.
I haven't the faintest idea. You'll have to think of something. But maybe you'll be able to persuade him to let the blacksmith pull it.
Wouldn't that be swindling people?
It is, and it isn't. If I sell that tooth as the tooth of Saint Procopius, then it certainly is deceitful.
Uh-oh, riddle time.
If I sell it as a tooth from Procopius of Sasau, then I'm cheating
Garlic,
nobody.
onions, mushrooms,
Does it
and
really
asparagus.
matter whose
Come
tooth
right
I bring
up.
then?
No need to be
Of course
shy.
it does. The name Procopius in this holy land is shrouded with mystical powers. Sometimes I might play a trivial trick on someone, but I assure you, I'm no swindler.
Wow, okay. Weird.
I'll get it from him.
Wonderful.
This topping out, what's that?
You're not a carpenter, it seems.
No, I'm a blacksmith.
I see.
Cabbage.
Well, a topping out is a decorated spruce or a conifer tree hung on a new house to bring good fortune and God's blessing.
Okay, how do we make our own?
And all we need to do is break off a branch somewhere, buy a few ribbons, and we've got our own homemade topping out right there.
You don't understand, young man. The topping out was sanctified by a priest, and it hangs on the highest church far and wide. You can't just replace it with a decorated branch.
Fair enough.
Wow.
That topping off is hung pretty high, isn't it?
Naturally. It hangs on the rooftop according to tradition, and the church is tall.
And how am I supposed to get it down?
Damned if I know. But they had to get it up there somehow, didn't they?
Carrots that'll make you and your family happy.
Very well.
Onions that'll
I'll get
make
it.
you cry, and garlic that'll keep evil
This player's
spirits
talisman.
at bay.
Where am I supposed to find it?
I actually have a specific one in mind. Here at the inn,
This
there's
guy's
a
weird.
player who always has a cat's paw with him. That's supposed to bring him luck.
A cat's paw? I thought players bring along a rabbit's paw
Lovely
for luck.
cucumbers, asparagus
I
and
thought so too. But this man is winning one game after another, so cats are clearly even more powerful than rabbits.
Oh.
garlic, carrots, beetroot, onions.
How am I supposed to get the talisman from him?
Come right
I haven't a clue,
You hate the headset? Which one do you have, Jay?
but I'm sure you'll find a way.
We'll see. Very well. I'll get you the paw.
asparagus, they'll cut you in half.
I'll get looking for those things then.
That'll cure what
Excellent.
ails
You do
Come
that,
get
my
them.
journeyman. Good luck.
Well, let's see what this guy will train us with. Yeah, what's up? What's going on? Let's call it Seeds.
Would you teach me more about alchemy?
Certainly.
Nah, I don't want to learn more alchemy right now. Save my money.
I'll think it over. Will you teach me how to pickpocket better?
Certainly.
I'm interested in more advanced techniques.
Wouldn't you rather learn the basics first?
Well, I'll think it over.
Oh, you did? How did it go? How'd it feel? Discovered grocer. Okay, this is the grocer. But where do I go to sell my goods?
God bless.
Oh. Well, they buy certain things.
Good health to you.
Yo, where's my horse at? There he is.
Has your manhood been wilting of late? Then by
Need to sell this up, make some money.
Vegetables, fruit,
in your
apples,
stomach.
cucumbers.
It's hard to
onions.
resist.
Come
You'll
get
not
them.
find better meat.
Oh, you were drawing? Nice. Did you finish drawing what you were doing? Not a bad headset, just the mute button is driving me crazy because on a cord and I have to keep it on my lap, otherwise it pulls on my headset. Ouch. You were very scared? Yeah. Well, that's one thing you don't want to do, is definitely not be scared doing it. But everybody does it for the first time. A lot of times people realize that it's not for them. I've had a lot of viewers at one point where they'll watch streamers, kind of learn what they're doing, and maybe even just build like a friendship or like a relationship with the streamer and with the community that they're involved with. And then sometimes they want to be a streamer or just kind of see what the hype is all about. Some people like it, some people don't. Some people are shy, some people are not. Some people do great, some people don't. You know, it just really depends. It's all based on how much you put into it. The more you put in, the more you're going to get out of it. It's heavy? Yeah. Like right now, I cut the cord on mine. It stays charged for about, I think, 10 hours. Then I have to charge it up. Yeah, so he doesn't buy armor here. Who buys armor?
Carrots
Ladies
and apples
and
picked
gentlemen,
today to put a smile on your face.
Good wine. Come, those poor or rich, old or young, there's something here.
Okay, what is all this? West Tipster? Well, we got a lot of unexplored places anyway, so let's start exploring these areas first, guys. What is this? Oh, we found a trader. Oh, well, maybe... Let's see what they got here. Yeah, believe it or not, just chatting, drawing, art, those streams do the best. And honestly, even some of the just chatting streams kind of makes me feel like I'm watching live me over again. All right, let's see what these guys got to trade in here. You guys got anything good for me? Let's talk business.
Jesus Christ be praised. Farewell.
Oh, thank goodness they will buy, I think. Sell? Okay, let's sell that. So what's the coin value? The black shield's worth pretty good. I know. I've been seeing it too a lot. Like they'll do like the drawing board now, and well, you have to understand too from Twitch's perspective. Hey, you know, if it brings traffic, it is what it is. You know, bring that different type of audience, but they just gotta be strict on the rules. Let's get rid of this. I'll keep that torch just to be safe, guys. So what's heavy that I have? That is crazy.
Can we do something about the price?
Alright, so...
So he wants to pay me $280 for all that.
Here, with a little something on top for a good measure.
Thanks 1,000 times.
Hold on, let me double check.
Farewell.
Yep, I got some coin, which is good. I'm back to 400 again, so I need to just take out some people and just start selling some of their stuff. Where'd my horse go? Right here? Let me see what else I got in here that could be worth money. Yeah, it's kind of sad. They had websites for that kind of stuff. No, I know. You're right. Absolutely. Let's grab this. Definitely grab that. Alright, let's jump off the horse. We're gonna sell all this stuff. And now we know we go to the traders to sell stuff. Okay. We got this.
Farewell.
All this I have equipped, but weapons. What did I... Okay, I grabbed the shield.
Let's talk about the price.
Aye.
Here, with a little something on top for a good measure.
Well now, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Reputation gain and everything. Alright, how much money do I have now? 453. Okay, so this area is done. How am I looking at weight? Oh, my weight's so high because of my armor. Oh, you're just moving everything. Look at that. All right, let me check something here real quick. Robna's the only place we got 0, but everybody else, I think we're doing pretty good, guys. We're in good relations with most cities. Okay, where do we need to go here? Honestly, I don't think find the missing model. Oh wait. Does he sell lockpicks? Hold on. What am I using? Piercing arrow? Let's add those to the cart. It's very piercing, right? So that's a book we can read, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that right away. Nah. They don't sell lockpicks.
Let's have a word about the price.
Aye.
Satisfied?
Well, now, a little more, and we'll shake on it. Aye, for that amount, I can be persuaded.
For one extra. Okay, well, we got some extra arrows just to be safe, guys. Let's head back out.
Yeah.
We need to figure out how we're going to get over there.
The sun he hides behind.
It's like the blacksmith area. Hold on. Grindstone? See, I have to learn a lot about some of these places, so I'm guessing this is where we could do like our forgery with our weapons or something.
Good day to you. What do you need?
You need help with anything about repairs? Huh.
Take care now.
How do we know what they're gonna cost? Wow, 253. A lot of moolah.
Any chance of some work?
Well, come to think, there is one rather delicate matter to attend to. A while ago, a holy man came by here. He said he'd come from the Holy Land, and he was selling various relics he'd collected on his travels to pay his way.
I see.
Well, I heard he had some fragments of a sacred sword that once belonged to the fabled Czech Queen of Sheba. But by the time he reached me, he had no pieces left of the sword.
Wow.
All he had was some dubious wares. Splinters from our Lord's cross, thorns from the crown. Nothing of interest to me.
And where did the pieces of the sword go?
He sold them off to swordsmiths and blacksmiths hereabouts. They just keep them lying around at home for good luck. If I had them, I'd forge them back into a sword. Can you even imagine what power it would command? If you could get me all the pieces of the sword, I'd repay you very handsomely.
I was looking at the really this thing. What seems fishy? What power did the sword have? Where can I find the parts?
I could do with a sword like that. What if you sold it to me?
Well, everything has its price, but this one would be expensive. Getting hold of the bits is one thing. Forging them back together is quite another. That tinkerer from Rattay couldn't manage it.
Are you sure the Queen of Sheba's a Czech queen?
Who else would she be?
Right.
Have you not heard of her? Ask some priest. She's in the Bible.
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something's going on. Oh, yeah.
Isn't it a bit strange that some pilgrim would have something so valuable?
Are you suggesting he might have been lying? Well, people aren't to be trusted, but this is nothing to joke about. God would smite him in a flash if he made light of holy relics that way.
What kind of power did this sword have?
What do you think? It brought its bearer good luck in combat and protection from enemies.
Wow.
Where can I find the parts?
Like I said, the smith hereabouts bought them from him. They say the largest piece is with the Rattay swordsmith. The bastard probably won't want to sell. But if you manage to swipe it somehow...
Wow.
Well, it does sound very interesting. I'll ask them and see what I can do.
Excellent. You'll see you won't regret it. I'll pay you well. May the Lord watch over you.
Okay.
Farewell.
Can we do something about the price?
Naturally.
Agree?
Well now, a little more and we'll shake on it.
Agree?
I'd almost shake on that. Almost.
Wow.
Finally, a reasonable sum.
There we go. Thank you, Vibes. What the heck? Wow, look at that. Hey, why'd you stop? Let's see how he does this. Wow, look at that. Look at that. And you're always broke? Yeah, me too, bro. Money is really hard to make in this game. I just figured out now that we can sell items, which is, you know, very common for games like these, so I kind of figured. But yeah, I think we made it pretty far for the most part. Oh gosh, guys, we're almost at 5 hours. Wow. Okay, so he has his little pattern he does here. Yep, kill someone, take everything, sell it. That's the best way to do it, bro. That is the best way to do it. Thank you, Queen and Ninja. I really appreciate it, guys. Alright, you guys get that ready up. I'll be right back in just a moment, okay? Hold on. Go ahead and get that riddle ready. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Alright, so what did we have? Alright guys, I think I got a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna get off. Because we're hitting that our time is actually getting pretty thin here. Let me see. Check. Oh, not that. Oh yeah. Quite a long time there. Alright, let's turn it back around. Why is it doing one slot again? Why? If I win. Wow. That is crazy. Oh, why am I so tired? Okay, let's see what we got. We got this really here, guys. Let's go ahead and hit this timeout screen here real quick. All right, so we have I'm an actor that has played many characters in this time. I even played as a doctor, the Lord of Time. I'm an actor that played many characters in this time. I even played as a doctor, the Lord Time. Actor? Is it Kronos? Oh, now I discover blacksmith.
The sun sets out across the skies. He loses his way, to the forge he flies. Kuttenberg is far, far away. Kuttenberg is far, here I'll stay. My breath is short, my feet are sore. I'd buy a horse. A good day to you. What do you need?
I'm looking for pieces of a sword that a pilgrim from the Holy Land was selling. Would you happen to know anything about it?
I would. Of course I would.
Doctor Who. Doctor Who.
It's a load of tripe. Only a fool would have given that trickster a single groschen, and I'm no fool.
Oh.
But if he lied about that sort of stuff, it would be a terrible sin.
Don't be so gullible, lad. That bastard never saw the Holy Land. Unless it was in a fresco.
So it is somebody from Doctor Who.
Do you pull teeth?
Oh, it doesn't give me any pleasure, but someone has to do it.
Well, I have a customer here.
Bring him in. I'll go and get my pliers. God be with you.
I'll have to get something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry.
Character's hungry again? Which Doctor Who? There's like 9 million of them. Right. Oh boy. I'm trying to think. Doctor Who.
Yeah.
This is the shrine.
Yeah.
We need to check around, guys. See what we got here. You know what?
Yeah.
Let's go talk to this guy.
Shit, Henry!
ignoring us? Henry! Here!
I can't believe it. We've known each other our whole lives, near enough.
He really is ignoring us.
Before I go doing anything crazy, Jim got it. Oh, which one? Which one? Dr. Tennant or David Tennant? Oh, Jim. Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. Good job, bro. Good job. Favorite doctor of all. Right.
Hey!
Let's talk to these guys. Let's see what's going on with them. These are all...
I'm glad to see you.
You're alive. We know each other? I don't have time for now.
Matthew! Fritz! You're alive!
Of course we're alive.
You can't get rid of us that easily.
I'm almost surprised how happy I am to see the pair of you are all right.
We are now, but we barely made it.
Yeah, it was hard. Fritz ran like a little girl.
Bollocks!
Okay.
Bloody Joker.
Tell us what happened to you.
They gave me a pretty good thrashing as well. It was only in Rattay that I got back in my right mind.
You're not doing too well either, are you?
Uh-oh.
I'm just getting by the best I can. Nothing to get excited about.
At least you have something to eat.
And how are you two getting by?
It's shit.
You said it. We're still chopped off to bits. Owe the monastery a bundle. And there's no work here.
Not for anyone with more than half a brain, anyway.
No one's interested in two good carpenters in Sasau.
No one.
And we looked everywhere.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to know of anything?
It will really help us out right now.
I am a hero, but no god. But no god item for my planet that's far from your sun. Well, I'm from a planet. I am a hero, but no god. I'm from a planet that's far from your sun. Superman?
I'll find you something. You can rely on me.
Thanks, Henry.
We'll pay off the debt. Don't you worry.
Okay, so we gotta find him something.
And where would they hire you to?
Well, we were carpenters in the mines, so wherever they work with wood, I suppose. Forget about construction. After Skalitz, no one will be building for a long time. Just here in Sasau, and they don't want us here. The best chance we have is to work at a mill. People always have to eat. Ideally, we're looking for a job that pays a lot and doesn't require much work.
What other neighbors of ours made it?
No?
In the monastery.
I'm from a
That can
planet.
really help us out. That's about all we know. When we ran for
A hero, but not a god.
But who knows where she is now? We got separated.
I owe my life to Teresa. She hauled me unconscious to the mill in Rattay and nursed me back to health.
I'm glad she survived. Since you know her so well, why not try asking her if she knows about any work? Goodbye.
Okay, so we got to do some things for those guys. Huh. I am a hero, but not a god. I'm from a planet that's far from the sun. Trying to think what else it could be. That's an interesting one there. Huh. Not Superman. Who else is from another planet? There's a lot of heroes from other planets, though. Transformer? Or was it not Decepticon? Optimus Prime? Or whatever it was? Nah, probably not. Nope. I think what we're gonna have to do, we're just gonna have to go here and just do whatever stone they have, guys. We ain't got a choice. I have to buy a locksmith. Wow, look at these cows. That cow out there is pushing the other cow. That's funny.
Yeah.
It's a human-like super alien. I'm a human, but not God. I'm from a planet that's far from your sun. Made a movie about me back in 1980s. Wow. Long time ago. I'm trying to think. I don't know.
Yeah.
1980s. So they don't make like any new movies of this one. So this was like an 80s hero. I think I might have to save the game, guys. Of course it's locked. VR Troopers? I'm a hero, so it's one hero. Wow. I don't know. I really don't know. I think I'm going to save it, quit it right here, guys. We're going to end this episode. I don't want to make this one too long because we got 5 hours in already. Captain Marvel? But they just recently made a movie of Captain Marvel, though. I don't remember the history of Captain Marvel, to be honest. I didn't even watch the new movie. I never really kept up with that hero. I'm a hero. Most heroes are here on Earth. Huh. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, maybe you're right. Ah, Captain Marvel. Wonder Woman is on Earth, but they're like in a different like part of the world. Somewhere far from the sun. Man, what the heck? Yeah, guys, I'm getting tired. I don't know. Not ringing a bell. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. There's just like a long list to choose from. Something about the 1980s, and I'm a hero from a planet far from the sun. Huh. My character's getting hungry right now. Yeah, I think we're both getting it wrong here, Jay. Ooh, look at this. What's that? What the? Oh, wow. What the? Well, let's see what it's all about. One of us got to get it right. Maybe if we all work together. They did a TV show. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. I'm a hero, but no god. I'm from a planet that's far from your sun. They made a show about me back in the 80s, but it shortly ended in 2002. I have a twin sister in a fight evil man that has a skull as a head. Who am I? He-Man. Wow. Yep. Once you said Skeletor, right? The skull and yep. Hey. Oh man. Right. Oh my gosh, guys, I gotta get some shut-eye here. Does that look like a nice mouse and headset? Honestly, I don't see it because I'm not using Streamlabs, so that's why I don't see that. But the Logitech G203, I like Logitech. I got the, honestly, I couldn't even tell you what I have, but I have the software for it. Give me a second. Okay, so for Corsair, I got the Strafe RGB MK2 and Avoid Elite Wireless, but hold on a second, that's the wrong one. Logitech. Oh, right here. Yep, I got the G502 Hero. I like Logitech. I think they make great mouses. But that's not bad, dude. Free stuff. There's the 200 series, so that's just probably stuff, but hey, for free, you can't go wrong with it, dude. Go for it. I might even do it and just do giveaways for it, maybe. But then I have to use Streamlabs. Yeah. Or what do you have to be on though? So you just got to use their multi-stream thing. So for that I'll just go, I could just do reruns. Right? People will hate me for that month, but I'll bore everybody. Right. Right. Guys, I really appreciate you guys hanging out. I really do. I would love to keep playing. I really would. I can't. I'm tired. I don't have the energy. I got no energy, guys. So I'm done. I'm depleted. It only lets you do those two? Okay. But you have to do both? That's kind of messed up. That's kind of contradicting. That's not right, though, really, to be honest. How much you want to bet that's for people to get caught doing you know what with being as an affiliate? They're gonna get themselves caught. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we'll have to look more into it. We'll definitely have to look more into it and see what's going on with it. Definitely, guys. And I think what I'll do, Jay, is maybe tomorrow, I'm not sure. Or if I come back on tonight, I don't know. Maybe I'll just be like hang out on Discord or something. I'll keep you guys updated. But Trix is getting shut eye. Queen, thank you so much for the jokes. I really do appreciate it. And guys, for the rest of you, you guys have a great night. Definitely, I'll catch you guys later. We're gonna go ahead and hit that offline scene here real quick, and yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. And thank you so much for the riddles, Queen, as always. Jay, thank you so much for helping us out here in chat. And for the rest of you, have a good night.